Thank you. Please be seated. All right, council, we are on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's called this hearing due to a jury question the court received. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and I've discussed that with counsel. The court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586 that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address a question such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return, and the court has now drafted an additional instruction, which is jury instruction number 42. And that is an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
No objection.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42, and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors return to the courtroom at this time.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on October 18, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows: all persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then. All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Judge, is it still the court's position 30 minutes within notification?
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving. If we have any other questions or a verdict.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We are breaking into coverage for you this afternoon for some breaking news. The jury in the Chad Daybell trial has made a decision.
We were notified just after 1 o'clock that a verdict has been reached and it will be read at 2 o'clock, so about 10 minutes from now. Now, the case went to the jury at about 4:30 yesterday afternoon. They deliberated for a couple of hours, about 2 hours last night, and then decided they wanted to go home for the evening. And not home, let's be clear, they actually didn't go home. They are sequestered during this process. So to ensure that there is no tampering with the jury, no opportunity for them to see something that they are not allowed to see, and hence ruin the process, right? They actually had to go to a hotel last night, stayed there, and then we're back deliberating again at 8 this morning.
And those deliberations, when they picked up early this morning, about 8 a.m., it took them about 7 hours to reach a verdict between yesterday evening and this morning, which is actually about the same amount of time it took a jury to convict Lori Vallow at trial last year. When you get into this final phase, Andrea, I guess, what are the instructions for the jury? Was it as simple as we could go in there, take a straw poll, and come right out?
No, in fact, you heard the judge. It's specifically written in those instructions that while the jury does have to, each juror has to come up to their own independent decision on all 9 of these counts. He did say, though, in the instructions that should not happen without discussion. It should not happen without actual deliberation. So they want people to listen to each other, hear different perspectives, and then come to a decision on each of those counts, again, on their own. This is a live look at the courthouse right now. So Abby Davis has been there. She has been there listening and watching, and she is actually at the courthouse now, and she is going to join us with that verdict. Abby?
And
Is she there yet, or is she still in the courtroom?
I think she's still inside the courtroom. So kind of just to set the stage for everyone, at about 2 o'clock, we're going to get a live look inside the Ada County courtroom, and they'll have the verdict, and they'll read that from there. As you just saw outside the courthouse, there is a podium with some microphones. We'll have Abby likely rush out of the courtroom, give us some insight from what happened inside. And then we are expecting, likely, to have members of the Daybell family, or I should say, rather, the family members of JJ and Tylee that we've heard from throughout this case, as well as during the Lori Vallow case. We would expect them to have some remarks to the media. So we're kind of watching this all in real time with you at home. Again, you are tuned into live breaking news right now. We understand the jury in the Chad Daybell trial, they will have a verdict at about 2 o'clock. And Andrea, as we maybe take another look live outside the courthouse, at this point, I guess the jury's made their decision. Is it more of a formality now, getting everybody back in the building?
Yes. I think the court agreed to give folks 30 minutes notice, so that they have to get the defendant, they have to get the defense attorney, they have to get prosecutors back in. I know that we have a photographer down there who did see several of the law enforcement officers who were there for the closing statements yesterday, certainly have a vested interest in this case. And interestingly, yesterday during those closing arguments, you heard the defense attorney, John Pryor, actually call out law enforcement and named them and said that they were irresponsible and that they did not handle evidence well. In fact, he called it an absolute failure. So when I say vested interest in this, not only did they spend years, hours and hours and hours, weeks, years investigating it, they were specifically on the line yesterday during defense's closing arguments when they were sort of blamed in essence. And they said that this wasn't handled well, and that's why the defendant is, according to his attorney, falsely accused of these 9 counts. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out and their response to that.
And we heard, I guess, extended closing arguments. Andrea, I know that the state of Idaho, they argued for about 2 hours.
Yep.
We heard from the defense, John Pryor, again, for an extended amount of time. Then, of course, the state had the rebuttal. So we'll see how big of a difference that really made. I know that there were some that were surprised that closing arguments went so long. But, as an attorney for either side, that's your real last chance to make your case.
It is. It's your final plea to the jury. And watching it, the prosecutor's opening statements and closing statements were very, very similar. Really, it was clear their strategy from the very beginning. They followed it through to the end. And what we heard in the closing statements and in the rebuttal was a rehash, ultimately, of what they believed they laid out for jurors. Really just a look back at what they did. When it came to the defense attorneys, the defense attorney in his statement, it was a new approach. We heard him blame at least 4 different people and say that they were the ones responsible. He acknowledged the murder of JJ and Tylee, in fact, called it a brutal murder, and said that they were killed, but not by Chad Daybell. And so he initially had said right in the very beginning of his closing statement, it's not going to go long, right? I'm not going to talk for very long. And then midway through said, that he may have misspoken and that in fact it was going a little bit longer than even he had anticipated. So, it seems like he took himself by surprise as he talked yesterday during those closing arguments.
And we were watching his closing arguments with all of you on live stream yesterday, and something that stuck out to me was a big PowerPoint slide from prior that said reasonable doubt, and there was a checklist of things kind of planting the idea, or maybe not so subtly planting the idea to the jury, that if there's reasonable doubt, you can't convict this man.
That's exactly right. And so he really pointed most specifically to no DNA evidence. And so he put Professor Dr. Greg Hampikian, on the stand to talk about DNA evidence. He referred back to him and back to that testimony, very much looking at the medical examiner. Also, he put a medical examiner up on the stand to counter what the prosecutor's medical examiner witness had testified to. So those were his two big points in terms of evidence, talking about there was no DNA from Chad Daybell found on any of the weapons that they found, no DNA evidence found on that plastic bag, the things that were found on Daybell's property. Also, that there was he believes no evidence presented that said Tammy was killed at all. He says that she died of natural causes or of a health condition, and that didn't feel like the state had proven beyond a reasonable doubt that there was medical evidence that she had in fact died as a result of homicide, something the medical examiner did rule eventually after exhuming her body.
And something I understand about first-degree murder in the state, and the state of Idaho argued this, you don't have to physically be there in the moment that an action like that is connected. So we understand that from the state of Idaho's perspective, when they're taking a look at these 9 counts, they were trying to get through to the jury. Well, even if, hypothetically, if Daybell kind of coordinated this, he wasn't physically there touching them,
Absolutely.
He could still be found guilty.
Yes, and in fact, when they read those instructions, and I mean, remember, the instructions themselves, when they read those to the jury, it took close to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And that goes very specifically on, and it lists what has to be true. The jury has to believe these things are true in order to find him guilty of this specific charge. I think there were 42 jury instructions. Actually, they added one today. They added the 42nd today. So if you were watching along, I know folks were watching on YouTube and watching on our KTVB.com, got really anxious when they had a hearing this morning. The judge actually pulled those jurors out of deliberation and gave them that final instruction. And that was the instruction on the first-degree murder charge of Tammy Daybell. So he had put that in. They knew that they were considering that charge, but the actual instructions on what was required for that charge, they had that for JJ, they had that for Tylee. They did not have those instructions for the murder of Tammy. So that's what he added today. So that makes a total of 42 instructions. And those are very explicit, very specific about what the jury has to find evidence of in order to convict.
We're about 2 minutes away from court getting back in. Before that, Andrea, real quickly, the 9 charges, let's go over these quickly. Of course, the first-degree murder charges for Tammy Daybell, Vallow, and Tylee Ryan. Those are the big 3 that I think people are paying attention to, but still 6 others.
And here's how it will work. They will read down what they call a verdict form. And so the order that it will go in is they will first look at conspiracy to commit murder of Tylee. Then it will be murder of Tylee. Then it will be conspiracy to commit murder of JJ, the actual murder of JJ, conspiracy to commit murder against Tammy, the murder of Tammy, and then there will be 3 additional counts at the end for insurance fraud, and that is the defrauding of the benefits, getting the benefits illegally through fraud of JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. So that's the way it will read, and that's what we would expect to see, is they will come in, they will seat the jury, they'll make sure that everyone is ready to hear it. They will get that form and they will read down it. And that's exactly what the jury does. They have to select on each of those charges, guilty or not guilty, and then they sign the form saying they agree that that is their unanimous decision and that each of them came to that on their own.
If you're just joining us, you are tuned in to live breaking news coverage here on News Channel 7, the Chad Daybell trial. The jury has reached a verdict. We understand from the court that they are expecting to start court here in about, less than a minute at 2 o'clock. The jury will come back in. Everybody will come back in, the defense team, the media, the public that's inside. And from there, we will have the proceedings. So that's what we're standing by for. Andrea, we can circle back to this, of course, after this. But if Chad Daybell is found guilty this afternoon, that would then, I guess, prompt the next phase, a penalty phase.
Yeah, and it goes directly into that. So there will not be, what we saw were months between the Lori Vallow sentence or the Lori Vallow conviction, and then we had to wait for sentencing because they have to do that pre-sentence investigation because it was the judge who decided. In this case, it will be, if they find him guilty of first-degree murder, then it will be up to that jury to make decisions based on sentencing, and they will go into another phase. And it's essentially another mini trial, if you will. It won't be evidentiary. It will not be the same back and forth that we saw. We're not going to retry the case. They will have already done that. They will already have fulfilled that burden of proof. But it will be looking at aggravating factors that say, yes, he deserves this penalty, or mitigating factors. So the defense will put up mitigating factors. We may hear from family members. We may hear from victim impact statements, things like that, that are also very, very specific. So that will be another interesting phase of this trial that we'll want to watch very closely.
And I know we looked through parallels between the Lori Vallow situation, the Chad Daybell situation. It's important to note, Lori did not have death penalty on the table, so this is a very different proceeding at this point.
Right, it is, and it is, the jury is undoubtedly feeling the weight of that. And I spoke last week on the podcast, Inside the Courtroom podcast, to a juror who had been a part of the Lori Vallow jury and actually had been dismissed. So remember, they all sit. So 18 in the Lori Vallow case, it was 18. In this case, it ended up being 17 because one juror did have to leave the process early on in the case. But all of those jurors sit and listen. And then right before deliberations begin, they draw numbers. They randomly select jurors that will not be a part of deliberation because it only takes 12, right? Only 12 jurors are allowed to be in the deliberation process. So I always think about, and I asked him last week about what does that feel like? You know, you go through these weeks of testimony and you feel strongly about what your responsibility, and then to say you're finished, we don't need your input now. He said it was tough, but we know that is the weight of that on those jurors. The responsibility that they feel is tremendous, and I think that is exponentially true when you're talking about deciding if someone should be put to death.
And we are standing by for a live courtroom feed out of the Ada County Courthouse, waiting for a verdict in the Chad Daybell trial. You're taking a live look right now outside the Ada County Courthouse, where we are expecting, no matter what the decision is, likely some statements from the family, maybe from legal counsel. I know that there was a lot of attention on this during the Lori Daybell final days. Of course, we'll take a look at this here. Court, again, they said 2 o'clock is when they expected to get back in session, but with so many things going on inside the courthouse, I can imagine, Andrea, it's not a quiet place right now.
No, yes, you can be assured that people are scrambling to get into position. Certainly there's, I'm sure, a lot of anxiety, a lot of tension on every front inside that courtroom. And so we will be anxious to get to that. And as soon as it is there, we will certainly take you to that. That has been another thing that is very different about this trial has been the fact that we have been able to watch. And we didn't have that opportunity with the Lori Vallow case. And so very, very anxious to see that, happy to hear that.
And we are told that everybody is in the room right now. They're waiting for the judge and the jury. And here we go. It is now going. Let's take a live listen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on, and then we'll get started. Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present, the state's present with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell. And the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
All right, please. Here's our President Counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358.
Present.
Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson. Has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise. I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and in for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho Plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell Defendant, case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment,
is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
Chad Daybell found guilty on all charges, most notably first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, J.J. Vallow, and Tylee Ryan. We just have the verdict in, and Andrea, your thoughts, I guess, as you were taking notes. Any surprises there, or all 9 charges being guilty? Did that kind of line up?
It did. I mean, if nothing else, we're looking to Lori Vallow's case, and this trial was very, very similar to hers. A lot of the exact same evidence that we saw in the Lori Vallow case, with new additional information. And so, again, everybody watching, to include some of the jurors who sat through Lori Vallow's case, they've been in that courtroom every day talking to them. They said they did expect to see a guilty verdict on all charges. Also, looking at the timing, I think, you hear a lot that if it comes back, it takes too long for a verdict to come in. The longer that it takes for a verdict to come in, the more likely that indicates that there is potentially some discussion or some disagreement on a charge, which means can't come to a unanimous decision. That's when we get either into a hung jury or they're found not guilty. And so that's an interesting dynamic, meaning that it looks like we expected this timeline, was matched very closely to Lori's trial. So it's not hugely surprising that we saw guilty on all 9 charges.
Again, if you're just joining us, we had just had the verdict read in the Chad Daybell murder trial. He was found guilty on all 9 charges, most notably first-degree murder charges of Tammy Daybell, JJ Vallow, and Tylee Ryan. Interesting with the Tammy Daybell charges, I know there were some questions coming into the day. Could there be a split between JJ, Tylee, one verdict for them, and then Tammy, another one? Your thoughts?
Well, I think that, the one big question, I think the only real question that John Pryor was able to pose really did come down to, if there was any sort of doubt that jurors could have had, it would have been around her death, just because of the nature of it and knowing that there was very, very little information. Remember, we talk about circumstantial evidence, and both of these cases were built on a lot of circumstantial evidence. Answers to questions we will never know. We will never know exactly, what happened to Tammy, who exactly was involved directly. But as the jury instructions, and we talked about before the verdict, we know that the reality is they don't have to know that, but they have to understand and they have to believe that he was a part of it, that he allowed it to happen, that he was part of planning it, and they clearly believed that to be true and found him guilty on all of those charges.
As we continue our breaking news coverage here this afternoon, we are expecting our Abby Davis to be leaving the courtroom and joining us for a live report in a matter of moments. We're also expecting to hear likely from the family of JJ and Tylee. I'm not sure if any family from Tammy Daybell is here in town, but we know that JJ's grandfather, Larry Woodcock, has been very vocal during this entire thing. So we will stand by for both of those things. Something I did want to kind of talk about, though, is when you talk about the Lori Vallow trial and the Chad Daybell trial, I know going into it, there were questions, will this just be a rerun?
Right.
Now that we're at the end of it, it was very different.
Yeah, it was. I mean, again, a very, some similar case. Obviously, the evidence is the evidence. So when you're talking about the same charges, you're going to see a lot of the same evidence. But what we didn't see in Lori's trial, and we did see in Chad, was really a lot more evidence about his involvement specifically. So thinking back to him in the back of the patrol car, the day that he was arrested, the day that they found the children's bodies buried on his property, that day, that conversation with his daughter where he said, I'm going to be gone for a long time. Here people are now just starting to stream out of the courtroom. You see some of that. I would say there is an element of jubilance that was there last time. I think, that relief, I think we see that from family members. And there are people in that courtroom who've been there every day that do not have a direct personal tie to this family, but have been watching it from the very, very beginning. And sometimes some of those people are bloggers, or some of those folks are people who, journalists who cover this for their own podcasts and things like that. And others are just simply interested folks from the public who have wanted to see this trial through. And a lot of those folks joining us, they're here on our KTB feed, people talking in the chat, people talking about crying, being emotional over this verdict, really having been on pins and needles, waiting and wanting a specific reaction. And we're seeing them express their contentment and their satisfaction with the verdict today.
And I know that, as you mentioned, people that don't even know this family, they were really passionate about justice, and thousands of people, probably even more, from coast to coast have followed this on a daily basis. I mean, 31 days in the court for this one, of course, going back to the Lori Vallow trial. As we are standing by, I believe, for Abby Davis, I do want to talk about the penalty phase. There were some questions going into this. If found guilty, how quickly does the penalty phase start? If you're just joining us or you didn't hear the judge say it, they're taking a 1-hour break before they're getting right back into the courtroom and beginning it.
Exactly. And these jurors they've had their entire lives controlled by this. And so let's talk about that in just a moment. But first, I think Abby Davis is now live outside the courthouse. Abby, tell us about the reaction.
Just walked out, and as I was leaving the courtroom, people were cheering. I saw Larry and Kay Woodcock hugging other family members. They are JJ Vallow's grandparents, and I was sitting on the right side of the courtroom. I could see Chad's face very clearly. I was watching intently as the guilty verdict was read, obviously on all of the counts there, and he was very stoic. His hands were clasped in front of him, and I didn't see his face move once. Same with his defense attorney, John Pryor. when that guilty verdict, the word guilty just kept being repeated, Larry Woodcock did kind of give like a little, almost like a kind of a fist bump to the air. And then also I could hear him give just kind of a deep exhale, I would assume in relief. This has been a long 5 years, obviously, with Lori's trial taking place last year, in Chad's trial now. We were told before everything started that we weren't able to make really a sound as the verdict was read. Obviously, there are courtroom conduct rules, so your face is supposed to be very neutral. You aren't supposed to let out any like cheers or, you know, sounds of distress, but people did break that a little bit. Obviously, I was talking about Larry Woodcock with his fist bump to the air, and a lot of people were crying, just tears streaming down their face. As I was leaving the courtroom, I caught up with one of the women who has been here for the entire trial, essentially, and she said that she's not surprised, and that's really been the case here with all of the people who have been watching. This morning, as I was talking to people weren't nervous. They said that the jury's got this. They think that in their minds that they will make the right decision finding Chad guilty. That's what they hoped happened. That is what happened. And that same goes for Larry Woodcock. We've talked to him several times over the course of this trial. It's been a long 8 weeks, and he has been very confident each time. We're expecting him to walk out of those doors here pretty soon. In the courtroom, obviously, the Woodcocks were there, several members of Tammy's family. I saw Tammy's dad, as well as Tammy's sister, Tammy's brother-in-law, and Chad's brother actually was in the courtroom. He was sitting in the back. I didn't catch his face, but the woman next to him was crying as the verdict was read. Andrea and Joe, I believe.
Yes, thanks, Abby, very much. Those are people that we saw take the stand. Several of those people actually testified against Chad and Chad Daybell, and so we're seeing, you know, we wouldn't be surprised. They, again, have an interest in this case, not only from a personal perspective, but they were ones who put their testimony on the record and said they had a part in this verdict.
And as Abby mentioned, there is a microphone and podium set up outside the Ada County Courthouse. We're expecting some folks, again, folks that have traveled from hundreds of miles away that are directly involved with this, to come and share some of their thoughts with the media. I'm not sure if we still do have Abby, but I would be curious to know, you know, we know that the decorum order inside the courtroom, but I'd be curious in the hallways kind of what the reception was and kind of what the jurors in the box were doing. Of course, for very clear reasons, we don't have a live stream of the jurors. But Abby is with us right now. And Abby, I'm curious, as you came out of the courtroom and you were in the hallways in the lobby of the Ada County Courthouse, what was the mood there? Were there people kind of, I guess, lingering around trying to hear what happened?
Yeah, honestly, right as the verdict was read, I was trying to get out here as soon as possible, so didn't get too good of a read on that, but people were cheering as I was leaving. They were hugging each other. They were not surprised. Like I said, I kind of caught up with one of the women I talked to earlier. I just said, how are you feeling? Surprised, not surprised? She said, not surprised. This is what I thought the jury would do. This is the decision that I thought they would make. As the verdict was being read, I did glance over. I was trying to watch Chad for most of the time. I did glance over at the jurors. Same thing. Their face very neutral, couldn't tell what they were thinking as well. So people did adhere to that conduct rule pretty closely, aside for those couple of instances that I talked about earlier. But people are, as I can imagine, just standing up there, chatting with one another. The room was packed. I would say about 100 people. A lot of people, they call themselves true crime junkies, who have been here the entire trial, and if they haven't been in the courtroom, because it's been hard to get in some days because just so many people have been trying to get in. They've been watching from home. I've met people from Utah. I've met people from Washington, a lot of people from Idaho. I even met a couple who came down from Canada. People are very interested, and they don't know anybody. They're just interested, and they really feel for the victims' families involved. And there were also a ton of law enforcement. A couple of benches in the courtroom were filled up with law enforcement, many of whom have testified in this trial. That is local law enforcement, state law enforcement, federal law enforcement, so FBI agencies, Rexburg police detective. I talked with him a little bit before. I was asking him if he'd be interested in talking with us after the verdict came down. He said he hadn't even talked about that. They're just trying to get through the next hour at that point as we were waiting for the verdict to come down. So courtroom was packed, and again, I sped out of there, but people were starting to hug each other. Again, is what I can assume as relief for a lot of them in the courtroom. The Woodcocks, a lot of the victims' families, and then of course, interestingly enough, also some of Chad's family as well.
Abby, were you able to watch any of the jurors' response? Did they look at the defendant? Did they have any response or any sort of emotion on their faces at all?
From what I saw, very neutral. Some of them were looking directly at Chad. Some of them were just looking straight ahead. But again, like I said, I was really trying to watch Chad just to see if he would let us know how he was feeling just based on his face, because for most of this trial, he hasn't really been very emotive at all. Yesterday, he did smile and laugh a little bit, and he was nodding during some of the defense attorney's closing remarks, which I hadn't seen before. Most of the time, he just kind of sits there and his hands are in front of him on the table in front of him, and he just kind of stares at them the whole time for the entire day. So not very emotive at all. And yesterday was kind of the first time that I saw him smile, laugh. And today, before we were brought in this morning, it was kind of an odd morning. We were brought in because the jurors were missing a jury instruction, so we had to get that figured out. They were read a different one. The judge wrote a new one before they started deliberations again. And Chad was laughing. He was smiling a little bit more today, too. But again, very neutral, and people do really seem to adhere to that courtroom conduct rule. So again, was mainly watching Chad during the verdict, but some were looking at him, some weren't. Some were looking down. And then also wanted to note, I don't know if you guys have already talked about this, you definitely might have, but 18 jurors at the start of this trial. That number is down to 17. One had to go home, but obviously during deliberations, there were only 12 of them in the room deliberating because there were 5 alternates. So just a weighty decision that they had to make with all of the evidence that they've seen. So
yeah.
And Abby, I know you do have to get back into the courthouse. We'll wrap up with a few more questions, but I'm just curious, and maybe we have a shot of this with one of our other camera positions. What is the feeling outside of the courthouse right now? I know that I was there on the day of the Vallow sentencing, and there was dozens of people kind of behind where your camera position is, people on their phones, streaming it, tweeting out, people with signs. We got a shot of that right now. What can you describe, I guess, what we're looking at here to your right?
yeah, definitely not as many people here this year as last year. I wasn't here last year, but that's what people have told me. There are a lot of media here, local media. There's a crew here from Rexburg, obviously, where all of this happened. There are a couple national crews as well. There's just a line of cameras. We're, again, waiting for Larry and Kay Woodcock, some of the family, to exit the courthouse. Also with the law enforcement and all of the other people who have been very interested. So a lot of media, we're just standing by, waiting for everybody to leave. As far as just general people who are here waiting, I don't really see anybody really. That definitely is different from last year. There were people inside the courtroom. I don't really think people had an issue getting inside the courtroom today. Throughout this whole trial, some of the days you had to get a ticket, so you would have to try to reserve your place the day before. And early on in the trial, we actually did have some difficulties getting in just because so many people are interested in this. But this week, the last couple of days, it really hasn't been an issue. People who didn't get a ticket, they've been able to get in after everybody who had a ticket got into the courtroom. So I don't see anybody just waiting, really. It's mainly just media as all of the family members chat upstairs.
Still waiting for them, of course, to come out, see if we can get some reaction. We know that they have wanted to speak. They've been very thankful and very appreciative of the support from the community, and I know they speak to that a lot, and so I think they usually do like that opportunity to talk. And of course, this will be an opportunity for Tammy's family to speak on behalf of these victims. And that's something that they have felt very strongly about is, the say the name, the JJ, the Tylee, the Tammy. Let's stop talking about Chad Daybell and let's start talking about the victims in this case. Of course, we know we have to balance that somewhat because it is of interest to know who is charged and what he's charged with. And as we talked about, now we're going into the sentencing phase. Right. And it's an hour, right? It's just an hour. Abby, are there more folks now coming out to share their reaction?
Community support, and that was something that I wanted to touch on really fast because when I've talked to Larry and Kay, they have just been so grateful for all of the people who have come every day. They've watched, they've shared snacks. Jury deliberations lasted about 5-6 hours, 6 hours really this time. And throughout the entire process, Larry was giving people snacks. He was giving people chocolate-covered raisins. Right before the verdict was read, he was handing out mints. Just very, very grateful for all of the support, people rallying behind his family. And so that's something that I think is very touching, and that's something that he's expressed multiple times throughout the last couple of days, is just how grateful he is that people have shown out and continue to show up for their family.
Abby, Chad's daughter, son-in-law, and son took the stand in his defense, talking about their mom's health problems and really, you know, talking about their dad being a good dad and understanding his religious beliefs along with their mom's. Were they in the courtroom today for the verdict?
That is a great question, Andrea. I actually don't know. I didn't see them. Again, the courtroom was packed, and I was trying to take notes about who was there, but I did not see them. That's a great question.
Okay. Well, that's our Abby Davis reporting live from the Ada County Courthouse. Abby, we'll have you stand by right now. We understand that at some point we're expecting family members to come out and speak to the media. We do know on top of that, though, the judge in this case has asked, for a 1-hour break. They're going to get right back in this afternoon and get into the sentencing phase.
Right.
Does that surprise you that they get right back to work?
No, in fact, I mean, that's exactly what we would expect to see, because this is, like I said, they have been their lives have been controlled by this trial. Not only the court staff, the administration, also the administrative staff, the judge, the prosecutors, the defense team, and now the jurors. So this is a process. There is no break. They are going to be protected just as they have been during this trial, so they don't have access to information. But it, again, will be very different. So this is a new phase. It is very different. It will not be a retrial of what we just saw. So it's going to be all about who this man is, the nature of the crimes. So there are certain elements, just like with determining whether he's guilty or not guilty, there are certain elements the state lays out and says, we have to be able to prove this. And you as a jury have to believe this to be true in order to find the death penalty appropriate, it being an appropriate sentence. So the state will put those people on the stand. This will not be an emotional free-for-all. They have to be very careful about that. There are very strict rules about what a victim impact statement can include and what it can't include. And so don't expect to see, a huge stream of different people on the stand. They will be very focused, very intentional with their statements on purpose, because that's where you get into the potential for an appeal should those instructions not be followed.
And I'm not sure if you have the answer to this, but a popular question that people are asking on the KTVB live chat, will that be done today, or will this be a several-day thing?
It will likely be several days. So what I'm expecting is that they will come in and they will now, the first thing we'll hear is an explanation of the process, much like what you heard in the very beginning of a trial. Here's what's going to happen. Here's what your expectation is as a jury. Here's what the defendant can expect, and sort of laying the parameters. And I would expect this to go, it could go several days. It could potentially, they said, as many as 2 weeks. So it just depends on how many people they want to put up. The defense will have an opportunity to also put people on the stand that would do what they call mitigating circumstances. So they would be offering, maybe potentially people like his children, offering reasons that they don't believe the death penalty is appropriate. Abby's still there down at the courthouse as we're waiting for folks to come out and give us some reaction, those folks who've been watching this trial from the very beginning and really, really excited about this verdict. Abby.
Yeah, I wanted to correct something I said a little bit earlier. At the moment, I didn't really see anybody who was watching, but since then I've chatted with one of our photographers down here, and he said that there were 10-ish people watching the verdict as it was read. So again, I didn't really see those, all of those people, but they were down here, and there are a couple more people. It's just hard to tell who is with who. So again, lots of media crew. And I did want to talk a little bit about what happens next, Andrea and Joe, as you guys were chatting. I got the opportunity to talk with one of the jurors who was on the jury for Lori Vallow's trial last year. And we were talking about, like we've talked about earlier, just how weighty this is to be on a jury for a trial like this. Obviously last year for Lori's, that was a huge decision, very difficult to make, I'm sure. This year, they had to make that decision, and they're not done yet. Their job is not done yet. They don't get to go home. And he was saying, I don't really know what I would do if the death penalty was on the table last year and we had to make that decision. He was saying, on one hand, you don't really want to just let somebody go. He was saying it would, you don't really want to let somebody off the hook, is what he said, by giving them death, in his opinion. So this is one of the jurors who was on the jury last year for Lori. So he was saying that's just a really tough decision, and he can't even imagine being in the jury's shoes this year. And I also talked with one of the women outside who's been watching this trial, who's been here in the courtroom, and she kind of said the same thing. She actually would prefer it if Chad just was in prison for the rest of his life and not get the death penalty. In her mind, she thinks that that is a greater punishment. So a lot of different varying opinions out there about what'll happen next, but those are just some of the opinions from the people that I've talked to so far.
And it's interesting to take that into consideration, because that certainly does become a topic of discussion about whether the death penalty will be, what this jury will decide about that. And of course, when they were going through jury selection, so they bring in that huge pool of people, that is one of the questions that they made sure to ask every juror is, are you willing, if in fact they are able to prove certain criteria, are you as a juror willing to rule in favor of the death penalty, or to decide in favor of the death penalty? And they wouldn't put somebody on that jury if they said absolutely not. I mean, I'm against the death penalty under any circumstance.
Yeah.
Likely they would not make it through that jury selection process. So you have to assume that those folks that are going to be deliberating on the sentencing, just like they did on the verdict, are people that would be willing, if they are able to find those factors to be true, would be willing to say yes to the death penalty. And there are 3 different murder charges here. So 3 different charges that he could be sentenced to death as a result of.
And I know that there's probably questions on what if the jury or this group decides, well, they don't want to give him the death penalty. I believe under Idaho law, it does default to life in prison. My question for you, and I don't know if you have the answer to this, so we know that we had 17 jurors, not all of them were the ones that made the decision. Is now a reset into the new phase? Is, I guess, the jurors that weren't part of the decision-making process today, are they released, or are they still part of this?
That's a very good question, and I believe that they still have to stay, because at any point there could be another situation that came up. Like we talked about early in this trial, one of the jurors had a medical issue or something that they couldn't continue. So I believe that those jurors have to stay true to the process, I believe, but I don't know if they are. I believe they have to be part of the deliberations. I just don't know if they go back in,
and they
or if
redraft.
if they're just separate in terms of you still have to be here just in case. But I don't know. We'll have to find that answer for you.
A lot of good questions coming out of this whole thing. Again, if you're just joining us here, you're watching breaking news coverage on News Channel 7. Chad Daybell found guilty on all 9 charges, most notably 3 first-degree murder charges: Tammy Daybell, Vallow, and Tylee Ryan. We are standing by and hoping to see if we have some family members that want to share a reaction with us, similar to what we saw after the Vallow trial. And we do understand that the court is going to get back in action in, I don't know, at this point, Andrea, about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. We are seeing some people starting to come out of the courtroom. It is, of course, a regular day at the Ada County Courthouse, by the way, folks that are going there for other court issues, to go get marriage certificates. So there's a lot of people down at the Ada County Courthouse right now.
Abby was talking about his expression, and we were able to get that shot of him, and they were not. There was no reaction on his face that we could perceive at all. Something that we have seen throughout this trial, but he was somewhat involved in the case, meaning we watched him throughout this trial take notes, converse with his defense attorney. A little bit different than what we saw in Lori's case. Abby?
Yeah, Andrea, again, wanted to chat really fast about what we're seeing down here. Some people did just file out of the courtroom, people I've recognized who have been here for the last couple of days. Larry and Kay Woodcock still have not seen them. We're expecting Larry to come down and say a few words. He has been very open and willing to talk to the media really throughout this whole process. So we're expecting him to come down. Last year, he came out and he was playing one of JJ's favorite songs, We Will Rock You. So he might do that again. We'll just have to see. But again, expecting him to come down and chat. I was also curious, I asked some of the law enforcement who were in there, Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department. I asked him, I said, hey, afterward, would you be willing to come down and chat? And I said this earlier. He said he really wasn't sure. And I just think that's interesting. I'm curious to see what he would have to say, considering in closing arguments yesterday when the defense went, defense attorney John Pryor really did take a dig at law enforcement, saying that they did not do their jobs, they got the wrong person, essentially. So again, really blaming Lori, really blaming Alex Cox, Lori's dead brother, really blaming the Daybell's inner circle for, he called them murders, and he was saying law enforcement got it wrong. They did not do their job well. So curious what law enforcement has to say. We'll see if they want to talk. Tried my hardest to get them to do an interview with us. I also asked Chad's brother if he would be willing, if there was kind of a spokesperson with Tammy's family as well who would be willing to chat, and he said they're going to play it by ear, see how they're feeling. I know last year I think they sent out kind of a written statement. He said this year they might be a little bit more willing to say just a couple of short sentences. So that was Chad's brother. We chatted just before the verdict was read. I did ask him how he was feeling before the verdict, and he didn't want to say anything. So expecting people to file out soon. We are curious, though, if they're going to stay up there, since we're coming back. We're just in a recess now for the penalty phase, which will start soon. So hopefully we can get all of that cleared up for you guys, and we can hear from some people soon.
That's what I was just thinking. The same thing is that we only have an hour recess, and we know that the sentencing phase is very much about the victim impact, and we don't know what the scheduling is going to be. So potentially these folks are witnesses or are people who will be called to provide some of those statements to the court during the sentencing phase. So it is in fact true. They may stay up there and we may not see them until the end of court today.
Because there is such an emotional release when you start talking to the media and the reality sits in of what has happened, and you can understand why a family member might want to contain that until more happens. Abby, we'll have you stand by, and we'll come back to you here in a few minutes. Another question, though, that I'm seeing brought up in our chat, and this is actually a great question. Idaho has made national news in recent weeks and months for the death penalty.
Right.
Of course, there was the failed execution of Thomas Creech that happened a number of weeks ago. In that situation specifically, the state doctor was unable to find an appropriate vein to go in there. So we do need to actually tease to our digital coverage. We have a special report coming in, I believe, from NBC News, but we will be following the developments of the Chad Daybell trial and streaming everything on ktvb.com. We will also be right back on the news at 4, so we'll have all the latest updates for you right here on 7, ktvb.com, KTVB Plus, and the KTVB YouTube channel. We are breaking in now, though, for a special report.
Yep. I believe it's about the Trump trial, so stay here. They're going to continue to follow that, NBC News, but stay with us, ktvb.com.
You're tuned into breaking news coverage here on KTVB's digital channel. Joe Paris, Andrea Dearden here with you. We are just standing by as we came off the air for the Trump breaking news. We'll get that to you later on at KTVB.com. But we want to tell you that if you've missed this, the Chad Daybell trial verdict is now in. He was found guilty on all 9 counts.
All 9 counts, multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder, first-degree murder, and insurance fraud related to the deaths of Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell.
And I understand our Abby Davis is still live at the Ada County Courthouse standing by. Abby, I know you're trying to get live reaction. Who are you with and what's going on down there?
Yeah, this is Trista. Trista, you've been here pretty much this entire trial. Why are you interested?
I've just been following since the beginning. I have ties to Arizona, Idaho, and the LDS belief. So from the very beginning, it just hooked me.
What has really stuck out to you as you've sat through a lot of testimony over the last couple of weeks, a lot of it very graphic? What are kind of your big takeaways?
One of the biggest things I noticed was how Chad tried so hard to cover his involvement, like turning off his phone and trying to make it appear he wasn't part of this and keeping his story, but like he didn't do a good job of keeping his story straight with all the other players, because all of the stories revolving him all contradicted each other, like all the evidence.
And how are you feeling today? I know I've been watching everybody. Everybody kind of knows each other since people have been in the courtroom for weeks on end. And you've gotten close, it seems like, with Larry, with Kay. You know a lot of the people, you know most of the family members by name. Tell us a little bit about what that is like, kind of building a community in such a difficult circumstance.
We've definitely built a community, but I think it's because we all have this desire to see justice served for Tylee, JJ, Tammy. So Larry just now, he huddled us all up and we had a prayer and he was just thanking God that we got justice. And so it's like, I love that we can find that community in such a hard thing. I've built friendships here, but it's because we're all invested and it's been wonderful. I mean, it's been an incredible experience.
I was kind of running out here, so I didn't get immediate reaction. Tell me a little bit more with the huddle. I know I saw Larry kind of do a little fist bump when those guilty verdicts were being read. So tell me a little bit more about what was going on in there.
So Heather and Matt, her husband, Chad's brother and his wife, they were crying. They were having a hard time. They kind of stuck by themselves, but just hugging. Kay was right by me and somebody said, "How are you feeling?" And she said, "I'm numb," which so understandable. I feel like she probably hasn't been able to like take that breath. You know, she's been waiting all these years for justice. So I think it'll take some time, but I feel like when we came out, you could hear it. Everyone was like, oh, like we could just breathe because everyone was so tight in the courtroom. So I feel like everyone just took that breath of like relief, like justice is served. And then Larry was just so happy. He was smiling and he just, right after he came out, gave all the hugs. He was like, I don't know if this is allowed and we may get kicked out, but I need to pray and thank God for this. So we all huddled up and he just said a prayer and it was beautiful.
How are you feeling after being here for 8 weeks? Are you planning on sticking around for the penalty phase?
Yes, I want to be here as much as I can. I've been here since jury selection, so I've only missed a few days, and I'm going to see it through.
Thank you so much for sharing some of your insight with us. We really appreciate it. Again, not sure if people will come down since we expect the penalty phase to start around 3:15, so that really doesn't give people a lot of time to come down, say what they want to say in front of the podium. So I'll be here, and of course we'll keep monitoring it, but hopefully they do. We'll just have to see.
And this will still be streaming, so you can continue to follow this just as we have through the evidentiary phase of this trial, and we'll have that on KTVB.com every day, and of course we'll continue to follow all the developments for you.
Yes, and there's plenty to follow, and of course you can find all the comprehensive coverage from Abby Davis, who's done a phenomenal job. Abby, we appreciate you out there live at the Ada County Courthouse. Or Morgan Romero had been in the courtroom for several weeks. I know you'd been following it closely in our special Inside the Courtroom podcast. Right. There's a lot to consider, and there's really a lot to unpack, but I guess in this moment, it's really not a time, I guess, to look back because you still have the penalty phase that will start here in about 20 minutes.
That's right, and we move directly into that. So I do believe that's why it isn't the big exhale or the big sense of relief that we saw after Lori Vallow's conviction. because they know that, right, we continue on, right? We just keep going, I think is the feeling of them. Is that very appreciative, as you heard her talking about Larry gathering those folks together and saying how thankful he was for that guilty verdict, guilty on all 9 counts of that indictment against Daybell. Very happy about that, but now we keep going.
And you can see the live shot there, and just kind of to set the expectation here. The news channels, you can see all the different mic flags, some of them local, some of them from across the country. They just set these up just in case somebody wants to come out and start talking. There wasn't an agreement. There wasn't a scheduled appearance that we were waiting for. So we are just standing by to see if anybody comes out. But again, if you're just joining us, after the verdict, again, Chad Daybell guilty on all 9 charges here, including first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, Vallow, and Tylee Ryan. This is a death penalty trial. If he was found not guilty, we would have moved on and we would have had a lot to talk about. Right. But now that he is found guilty, it is very different than the Lori Vallow trial because death penalty wasn't on the table there. So in this situation, now you have the penalty phase, and you'll ask the jurors to kind of weigh, okay, do you think you found this man guilty, but do you think that it extends to the part where the state should take his life?
Well, and it used to be that a judge would decide that. So in Idaho, in the early 2000s is when that law got changed. And so it was 2003, 2004 that we saw the first cases, murder cases being decided, the death penalty, the sentencing phase being decided by a jury. Of course, now in 2024, they're still doing it that way. And so that's, we have been now through that for 22-ish years. And so the court is pretty well versed in how this works. They make it as seamless as possible, again, to be respectful of the time that goes into these cases. And they know that they're asking a lot of this jury. And so they are not going to delay any more than they absolutely have to, and they're going to move directly into it. There is a momentum as well. So prosecutors certainly feel that, I'm sure. They know that they did their part, and they know that they were successful in showing the jury what they needed to prove in those cases, and so I know that they will probably also be very anxious to move into that sentence.
And Idaho is in a unique camp in the sense that not every state in the union has the death penalty, and there are also states that have the death penalty on the books, but because of their state government, their state politics, it's not likely that it'll happen. And I've seen the question in the live stream: is Idaho a state where a death penalty could actually happen? And if you've missed this, the state of Idaho actually attempted to do a death penalty by lethal injection a number of weeks ago with Thomas Creech. They were unable to find a viable vein to complete that. So Mr. Creech was returned to a cell, and we still are unsure if the state will pursue another death warrant. But the state of Idaho, really from the governor's office, from the AG's office, all the way down, this is a state that says, yes, we will do the death penalty if found appropriate.
And we do have multiple people on Idaho's death row waiting for that sentence to be carried out. And again, that is a big question about the drugs that we use to lethal injection. That is the way that historically, those folks in Idaho in the last 22 years have been put to death. We have had a few, and that's the way that they have done that here in Idaho. And of course, there's been law changes. We don't have the facility for a firing squad, but that's something that Idaho lawmakers have said that's what we need to move to. The point being is they're very adamant about keeping that as an option, right. The death penalty as an option here in our state.
And the firing squad, as Andrea mentioned, is actually just signed into law fairly recently, I believe, last year. The situation for the firing squad, it is different from state to state. It's not the same as Utah. Here in Idaho, if for whatever reason they can't find the lethal injection chemicals, pentobarbital, there's, sometimes it's difficult to get that. You can understand why. That's when the firing squad would become the default. Again, though, if the jury does go this way and they do find that the death penalty is appropriate, as you can imagine, there would be several years of appeals, and this wouldn't be solved over the next 5 years.
No, and in fact, I have been covering crime in courts here at KTVB. I was a part of coverage of those trials in 2003, 2004. 2 of those defendants were actually sentenced to death, and both of those, Azad Abdullah and Eric Virgil Hall, both of those continue to sit on Idaho's death row still today.
So we are standing by for a possible appearance here from Reaction outside the Ada County Courthouse. Again, we do understand that at 3:15, they are going to start up with the death penalty phase, that sentencing phase. That will be live streamed on the KTVB YouTube page. So what you're watching right now, we will continue to have that stream for you. At the same time, we are also monitoring some national breaking news. We understand a verdict is in for the Trump criminal trial in the state of New York. So we're following learning a lot of things here this afternoon.
Two very, very big verdicts for the folks here in Idaho who have been watching both of these cases. Abby Davis is still outside that courtroom. Abby, any updates?
Like people will come down and talk in front of the podium that we had set up, which is understandable considering that we are going straight into the penalty phase, and it has been really just an exhausting day, an exhausting 8 weeks for everybody involved. You know, the people who just came and watched, the so-called crime junkies, if you will, true crime junkies, as well as all of the family members of the victims, the family members of Chad. A really, really long couple of weeks, and it's not over yet. People will still continue to show up, and I was talking with Larry Woodcock yesterday, and I asked, you know, how long are you planning on staying? Because we just don't know how long the jury will deliberate. And he said, we're staying for however long it takes. So that's certainly the sentiment going forward as we head into this next phase. Sticking around here, and then I'll head back up into the courtroom soon. So we'll see how much longer they go today. They could go for a couple of hours. It could be pretty short. They could just talk about kind of next steps. We could go tomorrow, Saturday. We just have to see.
Right, and we've seen some of those, you know, sometimes that's an administrative thing, it's a staff thing. I know the judge has spoken several times, you know, giving folks a break for the holiday, things like that we saw recently. But I do also know that he wants to be very judicious with his time and very, very careful about respecting everyone's time and trying to get this moving as seamlessly and streamline this as much as possible, while still making sure that there is no chance that the process isn't followed to a T.
And kind of sticking with how the judge in this case has done business, I don't think it would be unfair to guess that likely they'll come back in at 3:15. They'll kind of set the stage for the jury and say, okay, here's the phase we're in now. Here's what's going to happen, and here's your responsibilities. And I think from that point, they may call it a day. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But you know, as we touched on earlier, there's a lot of folks that could end up on the stand for the impact statements as a part of this sentencing phase. Not sure if they're all available today. Not sure if they're all in the correct mindset to get back up there and doing it again. There also does need to be a matter of preparation to do something like that. So we'll keep a close eye on all of this. Again, it's almost 3 o'clock local time here in Boise, Idaho. If you're just joining us, this is live breaking news right now. We just found out a short time ago the verdict in the Chad Daybell trial. Andrea, you were marking down all 9 charges as they came in. I guess for those that might have missed it, how was the verdict sheet read, and how are the charges lined up?
Yeah, so we looked, and it really just goes down those 9 counts that were on the indictment against Chad Daybell. The first was found guilty on conspiracy to commit murder and also that fraud of Tylee Ryan, murder, first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, conspiracy to commit murder against J.J. Vallow, first-degree murder of J.J. Vallow, then moved into conspiracy to commit murder against Tammy Daybell, the first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, and then 3 different insurance fraud charges, which alleged that that Chad, dishonestly was able to get and have information about getting, which Lori would have gotten the benefits for both Tylee and JJ, and then that Chad had a part in defrauding the system based on the Tammy Daybell insurance benefits, which we heard during the trial that he was a part of that and that they had upped her and increased her coverage. And that was, interestingly, that the defense attorney said yesterday that Chad Daybell would have been next and that that's what Lori was after all along, was the insurance money.
And you can see that there is this idea from Chad Daybell's side of just plant the idea, get the idea of reasonable doubt. We talk about the final presentation during closing arguments yesterday where John Pryor is saying, look, you may think that Chad's not a good guy, but he wasn't involved in this. And just because, he was involved with these people doesn't mean that he acted. Something, though, that I think is very intricate in Idaho's first-degree murder law, and it does vary from state to state. In Idaho, you don't have to be physically there during the commission of a murder. And I know that John Pryor and the defense, they had put out ideas, and they even got DNA experts that said, well, Chad Daybell's physical DNA wasn't on some of the major evidence. And I know that some of the experts watching the trial were curious how that would play with the jury. It seems that was not successful.
Right. And in fact, he did point out that he said, he put Greg Hampikian on the stand, Dr. Hampikian, a forensic DNA expert who has been very involved in cases all over the country, all over the world, and really has done a lot of work with the Innocence Project, cases where DNA has been a huge piece of a trial. And so that apparently, though, did not sway the jury. Abby, outside the courthouse, still waiting, about 15 minutes away now from that sentencing phase that we know we're moving directly into.
Right, I'm joined here with Dawson. And Dawson, your brother, kind of complicated, but your brother married into the Daybell family. You have been watching trial the entire 8 weeks. How are you feeling now? How is your family feeling, kind of on the other side?
A lot of relief. It's definitely like the pressure's been taken off your shoulders, just knowing that the verdict's done. He's there. He's not getting out. It's very relieving. A lot of mixed emotions as well. You know, it's my brothers and Emma. I'm sure those have been following the case really close, are aware of where they stand, and you know, I try to fill out for them and have that love and support for them, but definitely also very grateful that we got the verdict we got.
Why was it so important for you personally? You know, you live in the Treasure Valley, but why was it so important for you to come out every day, hear all of the testimony, and sit through all of that? I can't imagine how hard that was. It
was hard. It was also important just to see the process and ensure that justice gets served. And it's also, for me, good to see and understand some of the details that we might not have seen until they got released into this court during the 8 weeks. So it was very important for me to try to see all the details and all the evidence to get a better understanding of truly how it all went down. And like I said, and just know that justice is going to get served.
Are you planning on sticking around for the penalty phase, however long that takes?
Absolutely, as much as I can, yes.
Do you have any opinion about what should happen now that Chad has been found guilty on all counts?
I mean, at this point, whether he gets convicted of the death penalty or not, I'm just glad that, you know, either way, honestly, he's been convicted now as far as guilt goes. So he's in there, he's not getting out. Whether it's death penalty or not, I'm just grateful that he's been convicted.
And I'm just curious, to backtrack a little bit, there was a lot of kind of nervous energy, anticipation as we were all sitting in the courtroom, the packed courtroom, waiting for the verdict to be read. How did you feel?
I was nervous. I mean, there's a big part of me that felt like he was going to be definitely going to be guilty, and it was going to come back as guilty, but you never know. There's always that chance. You never know. It's in the hands of the jury, and you just have to hope and pray that they make the right decision, and you just have to wait for that.
Thank you so much, Dawson. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you.
We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
He makes a good point. You know, that I think that is an element of relief too, is that once the guilty verdict, as you said, even if they were to come back and say, no, they don't feel the death penalty is appropriate, they didn't meet the criteria for the death penalty, we do know that then they default to life in prison, just like with Lori Vallow, and those can be consecutive. And so, you know, not at the same time, meaning, you know, this would be multiple life sentences, 3 life sentences or 9 life sentences, potentially back to back. 6 of those, I guess, would be eligible for that, back to back. And so, again, never, ever getting out of prison, barring some sort of appeal or some sort of change in that verdict.
So a little bit of a programming no. We'll let you in behind the curtain here. Coming up at 3:15, we're going to jump right back into the courtroom down at Ada County. Abby Davis is going to have to pop right back in there so she can continue our coverage, and we will check in with her as soon as we can. I do want to say, for those of you on the 2-screen experience right now, we appreciate you joining us here on KTVB digital platforms. Also happening right now on News Channel 7, there is a verdict in the criminal trial of President Donald Trump in New York. It's a felony business fraud and a whole 34-count collection there. The jury there has a verdict, and we're understanding from NBC News that they have now asked for an additional half hour to fill out that jury sheet. So I know that NBC News was standing by on 7 to get that verdict. You won't miss it, so stick here with us. We'll have that for you coming up this afternoon. It's 3:02 local time right now, so we'll stay on the air with you until 3:15, and that's when we're expecting to get right back inside the Ada County Courthouse, where the sentencing will start. The sentencing phase, the penalty phase, will begin.
Right, and if you are just now joining us, we do want to share with you that verdict as it was read in the courthouse today.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, so there you go. That is that guilty verdict as it was read, step by step.
All 9 counts.
Yeah.
So from here, again, as we've mentioned, the trial will now go into a news phase. The judge explaining that shortly after the verdict came in.
This does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next.
And during that sentencing phase, Andre, I know there's been questions about the impact statements, or I guess the testimony. What will that look like? Who will be, I guess, qualified to be a part of it?
Well, what it is, I mean, there are 2 different categories. The prosecution is looking at what they call aggravating circumstances. And so it's laid out. Is it especially heinous? Is it especially egregious? Things like that they are going to be pointing to. Also, were they guilty of additional murder? So that actually is a part of the death penalty. If there are multiple charges, or if they have previously been convicted of murder, then that is another element that the jury is asked to consider, and saying that they should weigh that and say, yes, that makes them eligible for the death penalty. So I would expect to see the prosecutor really focus on that one, meaning that there are now 3 different murder charges against this same defendant, and also looking at the heinous nature of killing the 2 children. I think that you will see a lot of focus on that and emphasis on that because of that element. There's also elements of the death penalty criteria that are about whether you were doing it in terms of reparations and things like that we may not see that play into this sentencing phase as much. Because of the nature and just because of the circumstances of this case. So that's what the prosecution is going to put up. And in addition to victim witness statements. So the people impacted, or not victim witness, rather victim impact, the people that were directly affected by this crime. What does this mean to them? Right? How were they impacted? What is that personal experience? So you expect those to be very emotional, but as I said, also measured, very focused, because they can't get on the stand and berate the defendant. That's part of the rules in a victim impact statement, is you cannot speak directly about the defendant or even the crimes themselves. It is about your personal response and your the personal impact that you can speak to because as a result of the crime that the person committed.
And we heard J.J. Vallow's grandfather, Larry Woodcock, touch on this kind of in passing when there was a clerical error about the dates being wrong, and he was talking about justice for J.J., and that was all solved. But one of the comments he made is that J.J. was innocent in all of this, and he was a special needs child.
Right.
And that is something that I know the jury will consider.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what you're talking about when you talk about those mitigating circumstances, or those aggravating circumstances. That's what makes this especially true know, given the exact criteria and the exact elements of these crimes, what makes this eligible for death penalty. We already know that the potential is there, or they wouldn't have the death penalty on the table. So they've already met some burden there. Now it's a matter of whether the jury feels that it's the most appropriate sentence. And then, of course, the defense attorney, John Pryor, will also likely put people out there that will be able to talk about not wanting that. Not believing that that's the best thing. And you'll probably hear from people who say Chad Daybell was a good man. He was a good father, very devout, very supportive. You'll also likely hear something about his lack of criminal history, because we heard that during the closing arguments yesterday. No, not more than a traffic ticket, right? Just a speeding ticket. And so likely it will be, is that possibly reasonable given these things that we know about him as a man? That's likely what we'll hear from the defense side.
As the verdict came in this afternoon, as you can imagine, a flood of emotion inside and outside of the courtroom. Our Abby Davis captured some of that. Take a look.
I was a little skeptical just with some of the evidence that they didn't have enough for some of it for him to actually be guilty, like maybe the Tammy case. I wasn't too sure, but I was so happy that they had enough to make sure that he was guilty. Right. For all of them.
I also just want to touch on this because we do have breaking news coverage here. We understand NBC News is reporting former President Donald Trump has been found guilty on all counts in his New York trial. We do not know exactly what this means for the immediate future. We'll have to be watching this. I understand that there's video right now outside of the courthouse in New York of folks celebrating, some folks protesting. We will get to all of that. But again, breaking news. The former president has been found guilty on all charges.
I believe those are 34 different counts against the former president, and again, guilty on all those charges. So certainly a big day for those following these trials that have garnered attention across certainly Idaho, but the country, the world. The Daybell case, of course, the Trump trial, but the Daybell case too has really been on people's minds for years now across the country.
We are going to stay with the Daybell trial action as we believe here in a few minutes. The court stream will start up again as we were expecting folks to maybe come out of the courthouse and actually, kind of talk to the media. We did understand, though, Abby Davis spoke with Larry Woodcock inside of the courtroom. Abby asking him, part of his reaction. We'll get all of that in full later, but just a short reaction. Woodcock tells our Abby Davis that he forgot how to breathe when the verdict came in. As you can imagine, for him, so much riding on the Vallow trial, so much riding on the Daybell trial. We know that he will want to share his thoughts and really his direction from his family after they come out of court in Ada County this afternoon. Again, what I would personally guess is that they'll set the stage for what's going to happen in the penalty phase, and then likely maybe about 4 o'clock they'll be done down there. But we are following double breaking news at this time, Andrea. Courtroom here in Boise, courtroom out in New York. We'll stick here right now, though, with the Daybell trial. If you are interested, on News Channel 7 right now, Channel 7 on television, I should say, there is an NBC News special report. Again, the former President Donald Trump found guilty on 34 first-degree counts of falsifying business records.
Yeah, that's certainly that's going to be a huge story to continue.
And I understand that the court stream is back up, Andrea, so we'll get right back inside the Ada County courtroom.
Sentencing phase beginning. 9 guilty charges against Chad Daybell.
All right, once the jurors are ready to be brought in, they can enter the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please.
Here's our President Counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court notes that earlier this afternoon, the jury returned a verdict of guilty on several counts that are subject to this capital sentencing phase, including in the verdict form counts 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, and count 6 of the amended indictment. The court at this time then is going to commence with the capital sentencing phase. I'll note that in this case, the jurors have returned, including the juror alternates that are here as well, and the 12 jurors who returned the verdict under Idaho Code 192515, subsection 5B. The court is using the same jury to conduct this phase of sentencing also, and that statute reads that if the defendant's guilt was determined by a jury verdict, the same jury shall hear the special sentencing proceeding. So we are in that special sentencing proceeding. As I mentioned, the jurors are here and present. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for continuing your jury service. You've again been seated for your continued service in this case, and that's the matter we're taking up at this time. To give you an idea of just the schedule, the court has some preliminary instructions that are going to be read to you this afternoon. We're going to commence then with further evidence on the sentencing phase starting tomorrow morning after I read these preliminary instructions. And the court's proposal on our typical scheduled plan would be to start at 8:30. Is the state going to be ready to proceed at 8:30 with any impact statements that may be offered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's how we'll run the scheduling at this point then, and I'll inquire as to the jurors going forward. Also, the scheduling we'll have during this phase of the proceedings. They don't need to be limited to the timeframes we've had throughout the trial, including, depending on how long this takes, weekends. So I am essentially leaving up to the jurors their proposed schedule within reason of when we'll work through this proceeding. So the court is going to read some preliminary instructions then to the jurors. And again, you'll receive additional jurors when you retire to deliberate on this part of the case. But for now, the court will just read these and those will be included with you later. So in this case, the defendant in this case has been convicted now of the crimes of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We will now have a sentencing phase of the trial regarding those offenses. Additional evidence may be presented during the sentencing phase. You should also consider the evidence presented during the trial. Before the death penalty can be considered, the state must prove at least one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. If you unanimously decide that the state has so proven one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, then you must decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be unjust by weighing all mitigating circumstances against each proven statutory aggravating circumstance. At a separate proceeding, the court will sentence the defendant for other offenses of which you have found the defendant guilty. Instruction number 2. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted during this trial and during the sentencing phase. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the sentencing phase, an objection may be made to questions asked a witness or to a witness's answer or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the sentencing phase, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law which should apply in the case. Sometimes that will occur at the bench. Other times you may be excused from the courtroom so that we can discuss those matters. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the sentencing phase run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with those terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted during the trial and during the sentencing phase. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. If any evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, you are not to consider it for any other purpose. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you hear and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to give such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction number 3. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. That in this time then concludes the initial preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase. And the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note that the jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings and will begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
All right.